Hello. How's it? You're muted though. Hey everybody, I'm Grim Grizz. I'm
Grim!
crashing Jacob's stream because he's just showing
I
himself,
was muted, yes.
daring himself. Oh, there's my echo. What's going on, man? Did you catch my promo of your stuff this morning?
No.
Today's live stream, bro. I know you can't watch it because it was Saturday or whatever, but
Well, I am not. I was actually out on a date, so I was actually pretty
what?
happy, yeah.
I was pretty sure that I've seen things that say you're asexual.
Yeah, that's
I thought
that's
that was really the thing I covered on the front of my stream, actually. And now
that
this.
that that's aspirational, and I'm referring to chastity.
Aspirational.
Yes.
You should add aspirationally asexual. Be we speak
No,
precise
so it's
language and speaking the
it's
truth. Remember,
it's aspirational chastity. But as I explained, if you watched my little discussion with my cousin, which I hope you did,
hmm,
um,
I don't know how I possibly missed this explanation. I believe I viewed the entire thing.
I thought I explained it that um, when this lingerie model talks
Hmm.
about being asexual.
I love that you just keep bringing that up.
Oh, come on! I mean,
There's something about an asexual lingerie model that just does it for me.
yes, very much so. Yeah, very much so. So I am asexual, very much like she is. I'm using their terms on their
They,
terms.
how are you going to infiltrate if you keep calling them they? Oh, man. It's okay.
Uh,
It's okay. I
now,
just,
now I'm gonna use they them pronouns. I'm thinking.
Phlebas. That's
Yes, Phlebas
complicating
is
things.
here. Phlebas is always complicating things.
Who's going to like drop their slot, their admin slot, so I can highlight comments? Who's going to throw themselves on the
Well, so hopefully soon things
mothers of
things
the
are
admitted
already
children
dying
in
off
blue?
on my channel.
What?
Um, so it looks like a certain person who I can't officially name yet is going to be executive director of this foundation that hasn't been officially named yet.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, Free Brilliant. I
Whoa.
this is like the first time I have ever seen you, I believe.
Same. Welcome to Deadwood.
I
Mostly.
used to hang around on Bridges of Meaning every now and then, but I'm mostly in the shadows.
It's nicer there.
I know the name. You comment a lot on Discord, don't you?
Yeah. Well, I've
Yeah.
been gone from Discord for a while, but I'm mostly on Twitter, and then I follow you guys on your little videos, so I'm
On
around.
our little videos. Oh, come on. Mine are epically little.
I gotta
Little.
say, my favorite little channel is probably Chad's, if I had to
Oh,
give a
yeah.
favorite. So
He's got
Oh,
the
now I
artistic
remember you. Yeah,
spark.
we had discussions. Okay. Now I remember you because I knew who you were. Okay, I will not dox you.
thanks. The crazy thing about if I can be a representative for people in the shadows is in this little corner, and I guess with anything is it's amazing how familiar you guys both are to me. And then I hop on here, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not familiar at all to these guys. It's just a weird
Well,
thing about the
no,
internet.
you
No,
you you actually
you've
are.
successfully, like, even though
Yeah.
like I was never in any of those Discord rooms with you before, like from Twitter, I know you.
Mm.
I know.
Not Twitter. I mean, I
Not,
actually
I
so
know your handle is what I'm saying. I don't know
yeah.
this guy who's talking to me now, but
Yeah.
like, there's the map is of the handle persona, and so
And
now
I
I'm
hope you
stitching your
bought
face to
that
it.
thing I told you to buy, which I don't think you bought.
What? Quit.
I haven't yet. No.
Shilling for stuff. What did you ship? What did you shill for them? Is it a private shilling?
Yes, my OnlyFans.
The parasocial. The paras. Oh, the Federecci OnlyFans. Sherry. Speaking of the
Sherry.
Federecci OnlyFans, please come talk to us, Sherry. She makes me happy. That lady.
It's
Did you?
really cold up where she is.
I don't know if she knows, but I've been running around like that Harding quote you did. I made people go search for it and find it for me, and I gave them trustee status on the Discord for finding it. Sherry, that how like I am what's in the mirror, and that's hell. That little bit. That I mean, the whole. I called it the Sherry Sphinx quote. It was very exciting. Yes, really, really. It was. You brought a profound nugget. It was a real gem. A real gem. All right. Well, I'm going to do a promo for the Deadwood Intensive. I think Brilliant caught part of.
yeah.
You're not going to do a promo for Freddy's birthday stream tomorrow?
No, that was also in my Saturday stream, which you're clearly going to watch as part of your stream when everybody abandons you.
Everybody abandons me. Suddenly, when you showed up, like 10 people are now watching this stream.
But if that's the service I can provide the community for the Shadow Cabal support, then I'm doing well. Like this is mission work. I'm just trying to, I don't know, finding my way, building this playground with these nice Christian people because everybody else doesn't have to LARP that they're nice. However, I am hosting a fishing tournament on the Windows PC and Xbox versions of Fishing Planet at White Moose in about 40 minutes. If anybody wants to show for that, I fish with my dad. We used to do Minecraft, and now it's Fishing Planet. But I've started my Deadwood Intensive. We did a test tonight. I'm taking people through the cocksucking frontier with me. Because I think there's going to be a case made that we do the same thing with the 1883 probably afterward, but it's good for the virtually not alone. And I think that if everybody who watches this with me will be able to understand where I'm coming from and what I'm saying a lot better, especially when it comes to the lobster monkey stuff. So you're muted, Jacob.
I am. People are gonna think you're flashing that swastika in the background deliberately.
Who has a
Yeah.
swastika in the background? Oh. I'll let you guys work that out. I'm gonna go fish. Love everybody. Good luck,
All right,
Jacob.
Nice meeting you. So, without doxing you, what have you been up to, and what are you willing to reveal about yourself?
Well, I'm not in California anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a kid. We moved to be closer
Mazel
to
tov.
family, but my wife doesn't like the cold weather, so we'll see how long that lasts.
Yeah, I don't like cold weather either. I'm planning on going up in February, possibly all the way up to Canada, and it's like, and I didn't even consider the fact that it's going to be really cold and snowy and stuff, and now that I'm thinking about it, it's like, I'm going to be driving through really cold and snowy places. I don't know how to drive in snow.
Yeah. If you weren't raised in it, it's hard to it's hard to do. Makes people nervous.
So what made you jump on? You don't do just chatting very much.
Well, I usually want to. I just don't really have a conducive lifestyle to it. I commute to work and don't have a desk job, and then got a family when I come home. So, like I said, I'm usually lurking on your guys' stuff, or I see, I'll follow along PVK's videos, and then he's pulling clips from you guys. So I usually do want to jump on. It's just I'll hop on YouTube and it's like, hey, this person got done 3.5 hours ago or whatever, and um, so
So, what do you want to talk about?
oh, I don't know, Jacob. What have you been getting on lately?
Oh, I've been doing a lot of stuff. Mostly I've been rethinking. So, when I was a kid, I I was convinced that I was a conservative Republican. And like in high school, I started the Rush Limbaugh fan club.
Hmm.
And I had teachers pulling pranks on me because of that. I got called into the counselor's office, all kinds of stuff like that, right? And it helped to solidify this identity I had for myself as thinking I'm a conservative Republican. And over the past 6 years, but a lot more over the past 2 years, and frankly, a lot over the past few months, I feel like I was manipulated by the crazy CRT thing into thinking in that manner, and like got involved in the kayfabe. You know what kayfabe is?
Mm-mm.
Very few people do. Um, so Eric Weinstein talks a lot about it.
That's probably where I've heard it.
Yeah. So it's what professional wrestlers refer to. What they do is kayfabe. It's basically fake, but
Mm.
it's level upon level. It's layered level upon level fake, because yeah, the first level is obviously fake, and then when you see through the first level, you can then you start wondering, is it fake or is it not fake? And the fact is, cognitively, we can only really see through 3 levels of deception.
Hmm.
Even though we just can't keep track of that 4th level and beyond. So if you really want to deceive somebody, you have to if you get yourself beyond 3 levels of perception, by the time they peel back 3 levels, cognitively we can no longer track, right?
Yeah.
And we become convinced that we've discovered the truth. And so I actually think what my Republican conservatism is being manipulated into this position where I'm not actually a conservative person at all. I'm really not. And so now that I'm starting my master's degree and going back to school, I'm kind of like, I want to play the game as a mature 45-year-old, as opposed to the way I played it when I was in my 20s going through law school.
So like Can you give me a practical example of what you thought you were versus now? Like,
Well,
I don't mean to
the
reduce it
most
to like an issue, but
the most practical example. I don't know if you saw this picture
yeah.
on YouTube, but so today I went to Third Street Promenade here in Los Angeles in Santa Monica, and I was wearing this hat, and there was a farmer's market, and as I'm walking through the farmer's market, I hear this guy who's behind, like he's an organic farmer, or like I think he was selling oranges or something, and he was wearing a black cowboy hat as if he's a farmer, right? And I hear him talking into his phone. Every time I see an effing MAGA hat, I just want to effing shoot first and ask questions later.
Yeah.
And you can tell that like he had seen the hat from me walking down, and then like it's seen it says "made you look,"
Yeah.
and it's like and so like I don't like Donald Trump. I detest Donald Trump. And I'll tell you why I detest Donald Trump. Right? So when I don't even know how old I was, but I even went and found this clip. I remember as a young man watching Barbara Walters. Not sure you're old enough to even know who Barbara Walters is. And she was doing an interview with Donald Trump. And he was bragging about how he walked into a restaurant with Marla Maples, his mistress and second wife, and Ivana, not Ivanka, his first wife, and wife at the time, saw them together, and they got into a physical altercation. And he's on Barbara Walters, like, bragging about this, that his wife and his mistress were physically fighting over himself. And he was, like, so proud of himself. Disgusted me to no end, right? And then I worked at a homeless shelter. I worked in community relations in poor communities. And every time I would pass a billboard and there were plenty of billboards for Donald Trump selling courses for $6.95, right? Yeah. How to get rich quick schemes, right? And here I am trying to help these people, poor people who can't afford the $700. And, like, he's the face of bastards just duping these people, right? So, and this is, like, way, way before 2016.
Yeah.
And in 2016, when he announced, I was like, why is anybody paying any attention to this whatsoever?
I thought it was a joke.
No, it was a publicity stunt.
Yeah.
I really think, right? I thought of it as a publicity stunt, and I thought the Democrats were aggrandizing it. And look, the Pied Piper memo, if you've seen the Pied Piper memo, right? No. Just Google it. It was one of the documents that was dumped by WikiLeaks from hacking of the Clinton campaign. It's an actual memo that I believe Robbie Mook, the campaign manager, wrote to DNC members and their friends saying, detailing what he called their Pied Piper strategy, which was to contact their friends in the media to deliberately amplify the voices of particular candidates, one of which was, I think the three of them was Ted Cruz, Ben Carson, and Donald Trump.
Mm.
Because they were the candidates that they wanted to be the Republican candidates.
Yeah.
And I was fine with Ted Cruz, but then I see, like, the night that Donald Trump hosted as Saturday Night Live, I was like, and this was before the Pied Piper memo was leaked. I was like, oh, the Democrats are choosing the Republican nominee. I seriously think having him host Saturday Night Live,
Yeah.
right, was the Democrats choosing the Republican nominee, and they put him over the top with that Saturday Night Live, like, and I'm sure Hillary Clinton fans were like, yeah, let's do this. It'll, and so in 2016, I was a never Trumper, and I changed my registration for the first time since I first registered as an 18-year-old. I registered as a Republican. I changed my registration to Libertarian, and I voted for Gary Johnson. And so, like, I don't like Donald Trump, but one of my nephews, not involved in politics at all, he was like only like 14 years old or something, or even less. He bought a MAGA hat and he wore it to school just to piss off his teachers. Right? Just to piss off his teachers. And it's like, to some extent, I kind of feel like, oh, that's kind of me as a Republican too. Because, like, who are my heroes? Glenn Greenwald is one of my heroes. I love Glenn Greenwald. I agree with him on 85% of all things, if not more. So why, like, how did I end up becoming this conservative Republican? Well, because I was corralled into it. Like, if you see Glenn Greenwald on Fox News and you're told that Glenn Greenwald is a conservative, well, then maybe I should be a conservative. And part of my question recently has been, okay, Glenn Greenwald's like, this cough will not go away. I kind of agree with James Lindsay that right now I am willing to support Donald Trump, and I did in 2020 support Donald Trump over the craziness that I see with, like, the absolutely insane Biden administration, right? Like, I am no fan of Biden. I will vote for Trump over Biden every day of the week. But, like, why am I somehow, like, identifying, like, this is much more of an actual of an actual representation of where I am than an actual MAGA hat.
Yeah.
And when I'm like walking down the street in Santa Monica, right? It's like first of all, most people in Santa Monica didn't even notice. Of course they didn't notice, because the vast majority of people are not that political to even like recognize this as a MAGA hat. They really are not, because they're going about their lives and they're not thinking about politics. And thank God for that, right?
Yeah.
And that guy who I ruined his whole day, it's like, F you, you know? Like, and frankly, for me, like, I don't have to look at the hat I'm wearing. Like, I needed a hat to wear. It was sunny out, and it was beautiful. Today was absolutely beautiful. And I was walking down the, you know, with my dog, and yeah, it was, I had a great time. And it's like, why am I not having fun with this? So that's another thing. I just put this up on Twitter. Here, I will share it for everyone to see. A new poll by yours truly, and 6 votes so far. Who's best equipped to win the culture war? Babylon Bee, Daily Wire, Benedict Arnold, or just see the results. And frankly, it's like, I think it's obvious who's gonna win. And yes, I did have to poke at Benedict Arnold Crowder, but but when it comes down to it, like, because I was thinking about the culture war and stuff, who's gonna win the culture war? Babylon Bee, you better bet. And so I am totally on team Babylon Bee. And if somebody were to make me a Twitter suit like that, I would definitely wear it, because I am not a freaking conservative.
Yeah, the route most people are going right now is like the trickster, joker, jester route. I mean, that's and there's a bad way to do that too, right? Where it's like sort of this nihilistic. You see those people out there, but Babylon Bee does seem to do it in a way that's somewhat productive. They even made fun of themselves. They had a video of like black conservative shows up to a Republican convention or something, and they're just making fun of like how excited or how awkward like the typical white conservative person is, as good natured as they are around like they're able to make fun of themselves too.
I mean, at least in Los Angeles that isn't true, but I do have to say I went to a pro-Trump protest, and these 3 Nigerian black women came, and they were very obviously, like, they had shirts, and I got my picture taken with them, but they were whatchamacallit. So here's another tweet I'm quite proud of. The only thing Bronze Age Mantis, that's Bronze Age pervert, has over Ricky Rebel rocks is closeted bromances. So Ricky Rebel is this, he has an OnlyFans, an LGBT right-leaning centrist with an OnlyFans, right? Like, he's not a conservative. He's in no way conservative. And neither is Bronze Age pervert. That's not conservatism. And like, if Curtis Yarvin and, let's face it, even like Peter Thiel's not a conservative. Peter Thiel is a gay man, married. Like he's not a conservative.
Yeah, I'm not sure I think that ship has sailed for the Republican Party. They don't even care about it anymore.
What do you mean? Which
The
the
whole gay marriage
heteronormative?
thing. I mean, once Trump
Yeah, of course not.
brought Teal up to the stage, that was it. And even conservatives I know, and this is one of the frustrations I have, and the reason I rag on conservatives is because it's like that's most people around me, that's my tribe, that's my temperament, that's my side of the culture war. If I have to pick a side, is what I've noticed in the past, my short time, is how all these people who were like Bush's, and I'm in a more charismatic Christian context, or have been, like Bush is God's guy, all those same people now are like, well, yeah, Bush is part of the global cabal, obviously, and he's, what it's like, guys, 10 years ago, everything that you're now saying about Trump was what you were saying about Bush, and also everything that you were fighting for, like the religious right stances, now it's just like, well, yeah, Trump's our guy. So now we're just socially liberal. The average like Christian conservative is now like, so not socially liberal, but they're socially libertarian. Like, yeah, whatever, adults can do what they want. It's like, that's not what you guys said 10 years ago. Like the goalposts are shifting. So I try to like tell people, or to try to show them and put it in their face, like, hey, this is what you were saying, this is what you're saying now, two different things. What changed? It's like, well, they don't have a good answer.
I mean, okay, so this is part of the thing. People who are actually conservative, they're willing, like people who are constitutionally conservative, right? So a reactionary is not really a conservative. Yeah, the right wing has no telos. The right wing has no so like,
yeah.
An actually conservative person is just conserving what is, right? And so if they're living in India, they're conserving how India exists at the time, and if they're in the United States, they're conserving. And we need conservatives.
And well, Chesterton said conservatives. He said he thought that the political system of his age was like, which was like turn of the 19th into the 20th century, was a conspiracy between the conservatives and the progressives, because the conservatives were just defending what the progressives of the previous generation fought for. And that's mostly what I see. It's like all the conservatives now have given up on everything they said they were fighting for. Now it's just the current, reacting to the current thing instead of supporting the current thing.
Okay, so yes, but you're really falling into Curtis Yarvin's understanding, which funny enough is part of the Marxist materialist dialectic, right? So what's the materialist dialectic? Like, that there's this historical road that is defined, and we're just traveling along it. And that's absolutely wrong. What is not going on is that there is a straight road and we're just following along, right? What's going on is that we're driving through a mountain pass, right? And the fact is the terrain is constantly changing, right? We're going up, we're going down, we're going this way, we're going that way. And you have to steer, right? You have to steer while you're driving. And in fact, you also need a brake pedal. You need it, like, you have to be fluid.
Sure.
Right? And the conservatives and the left and right, let's call them, right? So we have a left and right because lots of people are pushing this way and lots of people are pushing that way. And as we're traveling, right, you need to be maneuvering, right? And so you need, like, this is what gets me kind of upset with our supposed conservatives. Like, I don't want to be living in the 1950s. There's a lot of problems with the 1950s. Right now is a much better place than the 1950s. I am glad for a lot of the changes that we've made in society. But what's the difference between the left and the right? The left is open to a lot of different things, and they're like, hey, let's try this, let's try that, let's try that, right? And the right is like, no, 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 right? And in fact, instead of trying any of these new things, how about we try some of the old stuff we tried, right? But the fact is, it doesn't matter that, for example, Donald Trump now is for gay marriage, and 50 years ago, everybody, both Democrats and Republicans, were against it, and then somehow, like, this idea bubbled up and it became an acceptable thing in our society. Because it's not about trying to go back in the road. You're not going back in the road. That's not what you're doing.
Sure.
You're driving on a road, right? And so this maneuverability and having multiple parties, at least two, you need to have at least two parties, right? And so, yes, I know it's not 50 years ago. In 2008, both parties were against gay marriage. Guess what? Like, and let's be very clear. I believe in the Bible, and I believe in the Talmud, and frankly, when the Talmud says one of the reasons that the world has not been destroyed is because even though people are being sexually immoral, they are not so immoral that they are performing weddings for two men. Like, this is in the Talmud. 1,500 years ago, the Talmud says, like, there's an opinion in the Talmud, like, why isn't God destroying the world? And he gives three reasons. One of them is, even though people are having homosexual relations, they're not performing wedding ceremonies for gay men.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
1,500 years ago. Right?
Mhm.
It's like, you read that as a religious Jew and you're like, apocalyptic times coming, maybe?
Yeah.
Right? But at the same time, if you look at my channel, when my good friend, not good friend, but acquaintance, Spencer Clavin, and I was there when Josh Herr, who is the Counsel General at the Daily Wire, asked Spencer Clavin, Andrew Clavin of the Daily Wire's son, to marry him. And look, they're people I consider friends, and I'm really happy that they're happy together. I am. And they're actually both very religious Christians. Spencer translated Isaiah from the Hebrew to English and made a great translation. I highly recommend it, right? It's a Christian translation, but highly recommend it. It's available online, and he reads it. And it's like, look, we're living in the times we're living in, and we have our religious convictions, and what we should not do is allow the authoritarians and the humorless and the crazies and the people who have really lost their minds to take over. Like, the average person in the street, like, they may not like gay marriage, but they don't care. And
Yeah.
like,
Right.
if they don't care, they don't care. And maybe they should care. And you know what? Maybe if they were going to church more often and they were going to synagogue more often, they would care, right? But Rabbi Mullet says this a lot because his rabbi told him. He said, the first commandment in Judaism is be normal. Be normal. And be part of the community, and be like, and live life. And if you're the type of person who you're taking your little kids out into the wilderness, like, maybe that's, if we're actually looking at like real apocalyptic things, which honestly I just, for the first time in my life, where is it? California firearm safety certificate. I'm 45 years old, right? Went shooting for the second time in my life. And yeah, things are crazy, right? And maybe right now is the time to build that bomb shelter. But you know those people in the 60s who built the bomb shelter? They were actually wrong.
Right.
And the people who are building bomb shelters right now, I'm not going to tell them not to. But the correct thing to do right now is the correct thing that it was to do in the 60s, which is not build a bomb shelter and not become a hippie and tune in and drop out and all that BS, but to be normal.
Yeah. To your point, no, my point about the whole gay marriage thing wasn't to say that it should still be like a an issue people care about politically. It was more because like I agree with you. It's like what is me clamoring for how marriage was viewed in the 50s going to do? Like, it's not going to do anything. You got to live in the real world. You got to put your energy and resources somewhere else. But as far as like navigating the political situation goes, I know there's been like this, it wasn't in the political sphere, but there's been this debate. I think it's like this little corner debate of like what was it? The Winsome Wars, Winsome versus something else. And even though I do tend to be more the something else, there really is like a degree to which you can't just be like angry at everything. Like, even though things are chaotic and dysfunctional, you've got to find a way to, for lack of a better term, be winsome. And I think a great example of this actually was speaking of Daily Wire, Michael Knowles had that conversation with, it was like an abortion debate. I don't know if you saw it, but he was like smiling the whole way through because this lady was like, in birthing people, he goes, "You mean women?" And he's just smiling. And she even like smirks at him because it's like, he knows it's a joke. Like, nope.
Okay,
Men are men,
so
women are women.
there's a difference between winsome and having a sense of humor. See, this is the thing. I actually like, and I'll give you theological like reasoning for it. I think the greatest sin is lacking a sense of humor. If you lack a sense of humor, like, there are times when things are serious and things aren't funny, right? But so let me answer John Ailes, who you're new here, don't know you, but I. The reason I have to say yes is because I am so small that I would not be giving a platform to Curtis Yarvin. I would never platform that man. And I have to say, partially because he's just smart enough to be an idiot. And he is so smart that I'm not sure I could properly engage him in such a way that people watching would understand he's an idiot. And that's a problem. That's a huge problem to me. But back to what we were saying.
I can't believe that it sounds like what you, Jacob, of all people,
Mhm.
are telling people to do is not be so much of a firebrand.
So I'm not saying don't be such a firebrand. I'm not. I'm not. I think you have to be passionate, and you have to care, and you have to work through things. And
I do think one of your Patreon levels should be assertiveness training for people who lack in that area. I'm serious. It's a great idea.
Okay, I mean, look. Once I'm an LCSW in 4 years, maybe I'll seriously start charging people. But right now, anybody who wants to talk to me, the only reason there are people who paid for my time in order to talk to me, who would not talk to me for free. Like, they wouldn't take up my time because. And look, okay, I'll take your money if you insist, but I'm not that popular. Like, go back to the beginning of this. Like, I don't know how many minutes I was just sitting here. Like, and this is, I should be packing up my office. The movers are going to be here on Tuesday. How packed do I look, right? So this is my procrastination, but like, I seriously believe for everything there is a season, and that was part of the discussion I got on to with Mark and Manuel on Twitter. Like, for everything there is a season. God created everything, and there is a time to kill. There is. I showed you my firearms safety certificate. I don't want to buy a gun. I'm not a gun person. I really, really do not want to buy a gun. But I studied for the test, and I took the class, and I went shooting with a friend because I'm going to buy a gun.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm the same way. I don't want to, but I'm realizing I probably will.
Look, COVID. And this is part of the thing. Like, yeah, I'm a risk manager. I know enough about risk management. And I'm sorry if you've already heard me talk about this before, but I'm going to repeat it like I do a billion times. So there are certain houses, right? If you don't have circuit breakers on your house, insurance companies will not insure your house because they're afraid of an electric fire, right? And I've had people that I've had to say, like, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to spend the money to get like circuit breakers put in, or we won't insure you, right? And like, I am sure there are people who are 5 years later going, see, that insurance company was wrong. Because is it a 100% sure thing that if you don't have circuit breakers, you're going to have a electric fire? No, of course it's not. it's a small percentage chance. But just because you played Russian roulette, and you know, especially if you played Russian roulette with like there was only a 1% chance or a 0.5% chance, like just because you survived doesn't mean the chances weren't what they were, right?
Yeah.
And that's part of the problem here. There are in fact real problems. And Free really wants to get wants to not be the only person here. So like there are 15 people watching.
Yeah, I don't
There
mind
is
being
a
the only
link.
person, but it's like, come on, guys. There's 15, 14 of you. Come on.
Yeah. So I don't know. Did I rant at you enough?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this whole thing got started because you were saying that you went through some level of your political identity transformed. I don't know if like your views transformed, just how you view yourself within the broader battle or how you approach it. But basically, part of what you're saying was that you got duped into becoming like a mook for the Republican Party, and now you don't view yourself as wanting to like fight their battles on behalf of
Well,
them.
I still want people voting Republican. Let's put it this way. I would love nothing more than for DeSantis to win in 2024 with a huge, bigger than Reagan, whatchamacallit? Bigger than Reagan, landslide. How you doing, Richard?
Yeah, you insisted for a win, so here I am.
Thank you.
Is your mom gonna get mad at me? Did you get good grades last semester? Tell me you got good grades last semester.
It wasn't your fault, so
It wasn't my fault.
no.
Richard.
It really caught me off guard. I could tell the story if you want me to, but the short answer is not entirely. So
Okay, well, this semester you're going to do better, right, Richard?
yes, I am. Committed to.
So, did you see that discussion between Ken from Climbing on Mount Sophia and his somebody who lived on the same floor in his dorm at Biola?
No, I didn't. This is my first time back on YouTube since the beginning of the semester, so I haven't
Oh, okay.
been watching anything.
Yeah, so you should. Yeah, that was interesting. Like, I didn't even know Biola existed 3 years ago, even though I've lived in Los Angeles my whole life. And it's so funny, like, talking to my friends about Biola because, like, none of us knew Biola existed.
What was the conversation about?
So basically, okay. So apparently, his friend, and I forget his friend's name. His friend spent at least the first couple of years just drunk the whole time at Biola. And because Ken was not a complete goody two shoes, but like enough of a goody two shoes, they didn't actually even talk to each other very much. And now both of them have kind of sort of deconstructed in different ways.
Mhm.
And I actually, I mean, I really enjoyed my discussion with Ken when he came on my channel, and he's just a lot smarter than I am, so I can't really keep up with him when he talks philosophy. But yeah, I've become like a huge Ken fan, and I want to hear more about his theology and stuff, because like I asked him, "Are you going to church?" and he said, "Not right now," and I'm like, really, Mister Climbing on Mount Sophia? Like, not much of climbing there now, are ya, Mister Mount Sophia? But
I can climb without the church, he would say. I'm
um, well, and Luke put the talk up on. And his friend made a little video, which I guess, I mean, I should watch the entire documentary because it was really interesting. He talks about how he was hitting the bong so much that he wasn't cleaning the bong, so the bong became like ended up becoming like a giving him pneumonia, and so he's at the Biola dorms, high and with a fever from pneumonia and tripping, and apparently that was a spiritual experience for him.
Yeah, I saw his channel. He has a big thumbnail of the Jesus mural I walk by every day. So
Okay.
yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, it's definitely here, that side of Biola. Definitely very suppressed, and you have to look very hard to find it. But I think I told you about the time where a group going to the club confused me as a part of the group going to the club. So it happens, but yeah, it happens everywhere, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, it happens with Hasidim, and it's like, the funny thing is, like, I have heard so many stories of people saying they saw a Hasidic guy in a strip club, and it's like, yeah, I'm not surprised, because guess what? Those are the Hasidic guys that are leaving the Hasidic community to go to a strip club, right? And like, if you don't recognize that, like, this happens also in like every community, like, you're just not paying attention.
Yeah. Yeah, and who knows what the merits are to it being more suppressed or not, because bio is definitely, I think I need to do my research, but I think bio is one of the very few Christian schools that has to sign a very detailed contract. Uh, it applies to your whole life while you're enrolled. So um, it
My
includes gambling and tobacco and all of that stuff. So
my video called Parhesia, I think, is one of the more important videos I have made, and it's one nobody watches. And I recommend it, and yeah, so. Ooh. I'm gonna say his name wrong. Stephen put some of his art up on my Discord server.
oh,
He is a photographer. Wow, these are really beautiful. I am going to open this up so people can see it.
I went to I got my bachelor's degree from a Christian school that had the same type of contract as Biola did, and it was, I lived off campus because I went there when I was a little older, and it was so in the back of my mind I actually forgot about it. So I think I broke it because I would, have a drink here or there. But yeah, it's I'm pretty familiar with the niche culture of the Christian, super conservative Christian college. I had a really good time there, like as far as my experience, but it's definitely not a foreign world to me. And I actually looked into Biola grad stuff when I was still out in California. So
I when I was looking at Masters of Social Work places, I was like, hey, like if one of the Christian schools like would have me, maybe I would go to one of the Christian schools. And I started looking around, and it's like I didn't see any programs that that actually looked at all thing. But yeah,
Yeah, not at Biola. It is a exclusively Christian enrollment. In the tours, they brag about the fact that the lawn trimmers and the custodians have to be Christians too. So
Hmm.
take that for what you will. Uh, but no, Biola's a good school. I it's, I don't know if you remember, Jacob, when we were talking a while back about hosting like brainstorming places to host a conference. I
Mhm.
brought up Biola, and
I think
oh,
I've
hold
been
on, my
pushing.
volume is screwed up.
I've
There you
been
go.
definitely pushing for having things on college campuses. I
Yeah.
think college campuses are one of the best places to do it. But yeah, I'm not the one who makes the decisions, and John
Yeah.
Van Donk wants to have the May thing in Chino, which I
Yeah.
think is a huge mistake. But
Well, yeah. So I'm hoping to um invite one of my professors, because we sort of discovered that we have some intellectual overlap in n- Neoplatonism and new perspectives on Paul and stuff like that. And
new perspectives on Paul, get
yeah.
him on my channel.
um, yeah, it's not his specialty. He's
Okay.
well, his specialty is Christian Muslim relations. So and
Christian what? Muslim
yeah,
relations. Oh, I would love to talk to him.
yeah. So he Christian Muslim relations and religious violence. So he's a really interesting guy.
Oh, I would
But
love to
I'm
talk to him.
hoping that that I'll be able to invite him to the conference in May, and that'll be a foot in the door, so to speak. Um, and I still have, because Sam was worried that one of my professors would condemn him a heretic and cancel us, um, which that thought has been continually reverberating in my mind. Um, but anyway,
Well, I mean, does Biola have this thing of you can't even go to events with heretics?
no, I don't.
Okay.
I don't think so. And like, I so I had office hours with Fred Sanders, who Dr. Sanders, who um Sam is concerned about. Um, I didn't bring it up, but we talked about Bew Brand or Bo
Bo
Branson. I
Branson.
watched those videos you sent me and found them useful.
Well, I mean, does Biola say that because you're Eastern Orthodox and well, you're a catechumen, right?
Not yet.
Uh,
I'm still inquiring, but
mm.
soon to be. Yeah.
But Eastern Orthodox people are allowed to go to Biola, right?
Yeah, students are allowed to go. Yeah.
Okay.
There's some history between Orthodox faculty who I can't figure out whether they felt mistreated or whether they left on good terms. I've been wanting to, because one of the founders the of the honors college here converted to Eastern Orthodox here a couple years after he founded it in '93, I think. Um, and he left in like 2002 or something to pursue other work, partly because a whole panel was formed to investigate whether Eastern Orthodoxy had compatible beliefs with Biola, and the answer was yes, but I think there was some annoyance that this guy, Dr. Reynolds, was so charismatic uh as to
Be like a
convert
gateway
these
drug.
convert these unsuspecting evangelical college people to Orthodoxy. Like if you go on Urban Dictionary, I'll send the link to the chat. If you go on Urban Dictionary, oh I can't here. I can do it here. If you go on Urban Dictionary and search up the Tory Honors College, there is a little joke about it producing like Eastern Orthodox converts, which is kind of funny. But
Well, I mean, so if they're fine with the Eastern Orthodox, then they can't be like saying that the monarchical trinity is heresy,
well,
right?
so this is my confusion, Jacob, because um, so Dr. Sanders, this professor, um, on Tuesday I attended a lecture of his on the Nicene Apostles and Athanasian Creed, and I had offered with him on Thursday of the same week. And he focused a lot on the Trinity in that lecture, and I was like, this sounds monarchical to me. Like he was emphasizing the procession and begottenness of the Son and the Spirit and all of that. And so I get into office hours with him on Thursday, and I had emailed him telling him I watched Bert Branson, and so I opened the conversation by saying there seems to be this tension between the monarchical trinity and the egalitarian trinity, and he looked at me confused. He's like, "What is the egalitarian trinity? I've never heard of this thing." And so I had to like make up answer of like they're like like eternally coexistent and that there is no relationship of causation between them.
Well,
And
no, that's not quite true.
no, okay, because I wasn't exactly clear. I
Okay, so the big differentiation would be the filioque.
oh really? That's the only difference.
Well, I wouldn't say it's the only difference. So monarchical Trinitarians will say that God the Father is the true God,
Yeah,
and when we talk about God without specifying, we're talking about God the Father.
right.
But that there is a relationship that the God the Son and God the Holy Spirit have, which allows them also to be referred to as God.
Hmm.
And you could, I mean, one of the ways when I talk to Father Stephen, like we we talk about hypostases of God,
Yeah.
right? And where I think, in fact, Father Stephen is misunderstanding the Trinity, and what he basically says to me is, I'm just whatever Bo says, I'm cool with that. Bo understands it better than I do, and yeah, right. And I would say, so the justification we would say, I would argue within Judaism, saying that the monarchical trinity isn't just plain idolatry, is that really, I would say God the Father is what we in Judaism would refer to as actually God, right? And in a sense, the Tetragrammaton, right?
Yep.
And then the term God that's being used by Christians for Jesus and the Holy Spirit is their confusion with the places in the Bible where, for example, judges are referred to as gods, right? So, obviously, like, Fred Sanders would be like, see, the monarchical trinity you're describing is heretical within Christianity. And that's how you end up with the filioque, because in an attempt of saying, no, like, the godliness of the gods, like is such that the Holy Spirit was also created through Jesus.
Mm.
And that's how you end up with the filioque, right? And honestly, like, there's a part of me that wants to do what I think Yosef somewhat does, and much of Judaism, Orthodox Judaism does, and says, this is all bullshit. Sorry. Like, it's all, like, you're trying, like, and you're getting it all wrong, and, like, why are you even bothering to try to make distinctions? But I'm bothering to make distinctions because the monistic, to make Luke happy, concept of God, right? The concept of God that in Islam is where the Muslims fall off the deep end. It's a Jewish concept of God understands that God is beyond any description. And so when we say, on that day it shall be that God will be one and his name will be one, right? So in Jewish terms, we would say, like, we are making a distinction between God and his name. And ways, and his name would be, if it's the most recent Sam Convo, yes, and I didn't pay too much attention to it. Like, we would make a distinction between God and his name. And even though God is called by his name, right, just like Richard doesn't encompass you in any way, we would say that any name of God is, and frankly, I mean, this is the shocking but incredibly literal understanding of Genesis 1:1 that the Kabbalists have. Bereshit bara Elokim et hashamayim ve'et haaretz. They translate it, in the beginning, ... created God with the heavens and with the earth.
So the beginning is the subject that created.
No, it's the subject isn't in the in.
Oh,
in
it's
the
in the
sentence.
...
Yeah.
Oh, so the actual God created God.
Well,
Something
in the
like that.
beginning, God was created. The first thing that was created was this, like, the word God, like,
Okay.
in order, like, the first emanation
Mhm.
in a very real sense was this capacity for God to be understood by human beings.
Mhm. Right. Right. Yeah. In some limited sense. Yeah. I mean that's where Bo's like his emphasis on Jesus as being the exact image of God the Father's hypothesis. It's like that's Christ's role and nothing more besides the I
There's a very big problem with that, which is right there in Genesis 1. It says, "In the image of God, He created it; male and female, He created them."
right.
And unless you're going with the hermaphrodite Jesus, just doesn't work.
Well, so you wouldn't say that God the Father is male and female, would you?
Yes, I would.
You would. Okay.
Of course, I would.
Huh. Interesting.
In the liturgy, we do refer to God in the feminine in Judaism.
Right.
Chezi!
Hello, Heavy. Whoops.
If that really is your name. Origen has an interesting idea that in the beginning being a divine name. Bereshit? Well, Reshit is a divine name. Bereshit is not. I would say.
Huh. Alright. I've never thought of the creation of human beings as reflecting God's nature in such a exact way. It makes sense now that you say it, but I should reread it now.
Are you going to take Biblical Hebrew? I'm a big fan of Christians taking Biblical Hebrew.
I mean, for my career, I'd like to on the side. And it was fun to hear Bo's story. He has a really cool story. How he really worked hard to find a synagogue that would teach him.
Yeah, I asked what kind of, because he said it was a Hasidic synagogue, and I was wondering, like, which exactly, because he apparently started like the conversion process and then didn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to wonder if the Noahide movement existed back then, if he would have. Yeah.
Well, yeah, he made it sound like the Jew that he talked to was being a bit secretive about the whole thing. At least that's how I took it. If I remember correctly. But yeah, you're right. He did start the conversion process. But
It's been a long time since I listened to his.
Yeah. But he still believed that Jesus was the Messiah. And so he felt a bit weird with that.
Yeah, that is, it is a problem. I mean, my $5,000 challenge is still there. Show me a single prophecy of the Messiah in the entire Hebrew Bible that Jesus uniquely fulfilled.
Mhm. That's a fun one.
I'm not even going to try to debate you, Jacob. Not worth it. I'm not equipped. I'm not the one. What is your major then, Richard?
I'm a double majoring in philosophy and psychology. Philosophy is the main major. I thought to be a philosophy professor, but my Filipino mother insisted that I get a more career-oriented degree along with philosophy. So, yeah, I've been really enjoying it. I didn't really realize how good the philosophy faculty here at Biola is, but it's a really tiny program, but really high caliber professors. So,
That's cool.
Yes, Caleb, there is a resource. It's called the Tanakh. It has all the messianic prophecies in it, and like all the prophecies are right there.
the Tanakh's kind of big, Jacob.
Like, I mean,
Surely not the whole thing is messianic prophecy.
well, to some degree it
Right,
is,
of
but
course.
look, like, just show me in the text where it says that. Like, go sola scriptura. Just show me in the text. It says, it says, for instance, like, on that day, right? Let's do Jeremiah 31, like,
Sure.
that Christians love so much, right?
Mhm.
Like,
That's the one
the
in
new
Hebrews.
covenant. The new covenant, right? It's
Mhm.
like, well, yes, it is, because, like, you can't just grab something you call a prophecy and say it's a messianic prophecy. Let's say, for example, Isaiah 7. Like, there's nowhere there that it says it's a messianic prophecy. Christians are like, this is a prophecy of the Messiah. And my question is, where do you see that? Like, what is your indication?
Quick question, Jacob. Are you in the Grim Grizz stream of thought where if they start feeding Christians to the lions, you will have second thoughts
About what?
whether or not Jesus is the Messiah?
Why would I have second thoughts if they start feeding them?
Well, Grim Grizz made the point that he would actually seriously consider becoming Christian if Christians start allowing themselves to be fed to lions.
Oh, hold on. Okay. So Grim Grizz believes that if Christians actually acted the way Christians claim, which is, look, if like, I saw that people who took Jesus into their heart, like, suddenly stopped being gay, I would be like, oh, this looks supernatural to me, and I would reconsider. But guess what? I know a lot of gay Christians.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work that way.
Yeah, because Jesus didn't accomplish anything in the world. Like, what did he accomplish?
anything.
What did he accomplish?
He at least brought about all of the things that Tom Holland claims about him.
No, Judaism did.
But without Jesus, that wouldn't have happened? What do you mean?
Without Paul of Tarsus, it never would have happened. Was Paul the Messiah?
He was an apostle of the Messiah. And the Gospels carry quite a lot of weight. Of course, they were written not by the Messiah, but
And they were written after Paul.
sure.
So Paul must be the Messiah. What
That
is your
seems like a
criterion for saying Jesus is the Messiah and Paul is not?
Not sucking me in.
Well, so. Well, I mean, I can't think of a verse. I would have to find them. But
Yes, you would,
I'm
and you would have a
assuming-
really hard time, Richard.
what that Paul, you're saying that it'd be hard to find a verse where Paul says Jesus is the Messiah.
No, Paul says many times that Jesus is the Messiah.
Right,
That's
okay.
beside the point, right? So your entire argument for me about
No,
Christians being right about Jesus being the Messiah is that this idea that Jesus is the Messiah spread all over the world, and Christianity spread, which is cute and nice, right?
no, I never offered that as an argument. Why did I bring that up? It was, well, you said that.
You brought up Dominion.
Well, but you said that. What did you say? It was.
I said Jesus never accomplished anything.
Yes, right. That's what you said. You said that's why I brought up the minute. That wasn't-
Jesus himself did not accomplish anything.
Well, without the.
He
life-
certainly didn't defeat death. That's for sure. And he didn't defeat sin either. That's for sure. Yes, it's a process, Caleb. I understand. All of the things that Jesus is supposed to, in fact, accomplish will happen in the future because Christians have zero arguments for why he is the Messiah. They don't believe he is the Messiah. They believe he will be the Messiah. And I know so many people who have candidates for the Messiah. Like, all the Breslov Hasidim, not all of them, but a lot of them, think Rabbi Nachman will be the Messiah. And there's plenty of Chabad Hasidim who think the Rebbe will be Messiah. And there are still the Shabbatite Tzviniks who still believe Shabbatite Tzvi will be the Messiah. Like, people not being able to accept the fact that their candidate for the Jewish Messiah died is the oldest
Very
trope in the
common.
book.
Yeah. It's definitely an explanation. That's
So if Christianity was actually good at making Christians be better people in ways that Islam and Judaism isn't, that would be a great argument. If Christians were truly better people, and that's how we started on this. If Christians were genuinely just, more moral people, then that would be a great argument in my opinion.
so I think you.
But they're not.
Well, you could make that you could make that argument in the theoretical space, and then
And then once you meet a few Christians, you realize that it's bullshit.
right, and then you explain that away.
By
By-
no
by
true
saying-
Scotsmen,
but-
they're not
yeah,
really
Right,
Christians.
by saying we're no, not even that, not even that. By saying we're fallen and we're. But
If we're fallen, then what was?
yes.
Then why
So
did
that-
Jesus
that-
die?
that is a real tension.
You got to give us a little more credit, Jacob. I mean, this little corner is full of relatively good-natured Christian folk.
Oh, I am. Look, there
But
there are
not
definitely good
especially
Christian
good
people.
Christian.
No. Hold on. No.
Okay.
Religious Christians tend to be much better than certainly atheists. I think Christianity improves, like, the treatment effect of actually believing in Christianity, making you be a better person, is a beautiful thing, and I'm happy for it. And I believe that exactly like Maimonides said almost 1,000 years ago, God created Christianity and Islam to make the world a better place. And I am very glad that Christians have gone down to 3 gods. It's a vast improvement from like what used to exist. I'm just hoping like we can get rid of 2 more and then, get you guys into the fullness of the light. So like I'm not saying Christianity is worthless or bad. I believe, God created Christianity as well. Just like God created Hinduism and Buddhism and Islam. What you have to show to me is that Christianity is in fact superior to Islam. And it's not.
Yep, I'm not in a position to say whether one is better than the other. So
I am willing to say that. I just can't defend it in any way that's gonna satisfy.
Well, it's
no,
not just about satisfying me. There's an audience.
right.
Like it's not just so this is why polemical debate is worthwhile, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you can't convince me, right? Like my $5,000 challenge, right? Maybe you can never and I'll be honest, like if somebody actually comes up with something and like it's worth $5,000 to me, I will pay that $5,000 if somebody convinces me, right? Because that's actually like if you have a messianic prophecy that Jesus uniquely fulfilled, like that means something to me, right? But part of the reason why I'm willing to make that, like I didn't come up with the $5,000 challenge. Like rabbis have been making that challenge for at least 50 years.
Yeah.
And so it's like, I'm sorry that Christianity isn't as true as you would like, but here we have something even better: Judaism. And like, yes, Jesus preached it. And no, I am not actually trying to convert you guys. You guys came on my channel. God forgive me. I am not proselytizing.
I'm pretty set in my ways, so no worries.
Yeah, I've had atheists try harder than you, Jacob. So.
But atheists are trying, and it's against my religion too. Well, this is what people don't get, is like, if it wasn't against my religion, I would totally be trying. But it actually is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Caleb, this is part of the problem. Just, Jordan, do I know you? Caleb, this is part of your mission. Just you give me a list of messianic prophecies, but please give me just one messianic prophet. Give me your best messianic prophecy, like your best messianic prophecy, and I will take a look at it. I promise you, I will seriously look at it. And I will be more than happy to give you the $5,000, Caleb. If there's anybody I want to give $5,000 to, you're it.
Okay, I feel so. Go ahead.
I think Jordan is just trolling me because he wants me to like repent of my sins.
Jacob, I feel so old when Paul talks about the cake being baked.
Mhm.
I feel like my cake's baked.
Your cake is baked.
Yeah, like
You're
Oh.
effing 19.
I know I'm 18. It's even worse. But
You're
no,
ba-
like, oh, you know, I feel
you're
like
being silly.
no, in the sense that like I feel like I should be like in the library with 10,000 books on the table, figuring out all of these coins of yours. But I I want to, but I also don't feel too bothered if I'm not, which is a
Look,
bit bothersome.
no,
But
it's not. All I ask is that when um you pray for God to guide you towards the truth. There are people who pray, "Please God, don't let me
but
stop believing in Jesus." Like, that's the wrong prayer. The right prayer is, "Please God, guide me towards the truth." And if the truth is
well,
Jesus,
so
like, I want to know.
yeah. Well, and I pray how Jesus tells us to pray. Yeah,
Thy kingdom come.
yeah, that king, your kingdom come, your will be done. That's how Jesus in heaven.
The problem with that is I actually think that's. Have you seen my video on that?
No, I haven't. What is it?
Okay, so there's a lot of discussions in the Talmud which are exact replicas. Like a large amount of the Talmud are rabbis asking how to pray.
Mhm.
And as part of that discussion, the answers are often things like giving you a list of prayers to say in order. And so the first 3 paragraphs in Jewish prayer, the first paragraph is called Avot, which means fathers. The second paragraph is called either Gevurot or Shamayim, which are you could say is heavens. And the third paragraph is Kedushat Hashem, which is sanctification of his name. And my guess is that what happened was Jesus actually gave a mnemonic like rabbis did for a very long time before we had prayer books. And people memorized mnemonics for the prayers that they would say in their order. And Christians are taking the mnemonic and like that's the Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, is like an abbreviation. It's like if somebody thought scuba is the description, whereas it's self-contained
Right.
underwater breathing apparatus.
Yeah.
Chad,
Yeah.
What up, fools?
Hey.
you're smoking.
Well, not yet. Trying to
You're
Uh-oh.
smoking hot.
It's Dark Chad.
Yes, because Chad is anonymous alcoholic,
That's correct.
But
and
Chad,
therefore he doesn't show his face on video.
That's
It is-
Mr. Free.
in his
What?
videos, though, Chad either has everything is bright and light and he has his mask on, or everything is dark and cloudy, and that usually sets the mood and the tone for his videos.
Mm.
Ooh. I like the
Fun
word.
and thematic.
Well, I am
uh,
certainly dramatic. That's for sure.
Dark Chad and light Chad.
Pay attention.
This is Chad After Dark, bitches. What about?
Hmm?
Jacob's trying to convert us to Judaism.
Oh, don't worry about that.
What's up, Chad? How have you been?
Good. I was just my wife and I just went to have dinner over by Laura from the Discord and her family.
I visited her. There is a river very close to her house, which was very beautiful.
Yeah.
And if I had known, I would have spent more time, but I didn't have enough time after I visited her to just like sit there at the park. It was like a beautiful park.
Yeah.
Yeah, her place, at least when I went, which was during the summer, when it wasn't freezing and like below 0, it was beautiful. Yeah.
So it was dark out, so I can only vaguely tell that it was a river. Going to a place for the first time at night, I think it's kind of, there's something cool about that. She was lovely, and the family was lovely, and we had tacos and shared stories, and then on the way home, my wife and I drove by. It looked like we were coming up on a cat in the middle of the road, and we're like, "What is that?" And it was an owl. It was a big ass owl right in the middle of the road, out in the middle of nowhere. And we thought maybe it might be hit, so we went to turn around to go see if we can maybe help it or something. And it was still sitting there. And then when we got out of the vehicle to go look for it, it was gone.
Mm-hmm.
Big old owl.
Yeah, beautiful.
The owl was part of. Did you guys hear Grimm's wild story?
No.
Where he got almost arrested?
Oh, yeah.
Well, he was explaining that because of his conspiratorial brain, anytime owls are involved, that's like an automatic hook for him, because in Twin Peaks, one of the things was owls are not what they seem. So,
Well, I've always felt that owls there was something about them. They're very private, and so you rarely get to actually see them in real life. And so to see one in the middle of the road as cars were driving by is a very strange thing. It was just sitting there. And it's dark out, right? I mean, this was half hour ago. Nuts.
How's Dolly?
Dolly's great. She's very happy to see us when we got home.
Is that your dog?
Yeah, that's my dog. That's my wife and I's black golden doodle. Her name is Dolly. She's about 6 months old, about 45 pounds, and she's just a ball of energy, and she's very smart and lovely, and has helped heal the pain of the loss of parents. Anyways, what else is going on, guys?
well, Chad, I liked your video from, I think it was yesterday.
Which
That was
one?
I'm looking at it right now. It was the one. It was the longer one.
The Scene Crisis.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a fun one. It was a fun one to make.
It made me think of a couple things, because, like, in light of, because I come from a charismatic Christian background where it's like all based on experience, or supposedly, even though it becomes pretty tight frames real quick. And so I thought it was somewhat, I was thinking of was a good juxtaposition to what you were putting forward, which seemed to be in the spirit of like, hey, don't be so quick to, like you said, describe all the ins and outs of mac and cheese without eating it first.
Mm-hmm.
Because I come from like a brand of Christianity. It's like everyone go have your experience, and then let's compare stories. And there's a danger in that too.
There
But-
is. Yeah.
So, speaking in tongues, it worries me. No, seriously, like I cannot find a biblical like foundation for it.
Well,
And like I know Sam does it, and frankly it really worries me.
what are you worried about?
Spiritual dangers?
Well, those are all over the place.
Yes.
It
We're-
doesn't mean you should
We're
practice.
actually engaging in a spiritual danger right now.
Yes.
And so, yeah, I see what you're saying. I try not to, for me personally, I will drive myself insane being on the lookout for all the different spiritual dangers. I just really want to meet you where you are. I'm not going to catch it. You know what I'm saying? And so, I guess I understand. I'm grateful that God hasn't placed it on me to be so worried about my counterpart, and that I have faith in the strangeness of God, and I hope I never lose that, because that allows me to actually just kind of, when I'm in my best place, is when it's like, you do whatever the hell you want. I don't care. I mean, it's good. It's good. And like the past couple of weeks, I've been revisiting some of my favorite AA talks, and I've actually put a couple of those bits and pieces in some of my videos. Some people
I've noticed.
that they were preachers, and they're not preachers. It's just a drunk sharing their experience. And Bob, the guy that you hear talking in those videos, is one of my all-time favorite teachers. He sponsored my sponsor, and so I learned a lot from him. And I'm just so grateful to get reconnected with some of that, because there's a freedom in allowing people to be wrong. So
Well, you have to allow people to be wrong. It's like, I'm not gonna go kidnap Sam and tell him he's never allowed to speak in tongues anymore.
but
yeah,
to assume
I mean,
stupid that to assume that your friend Sam is too stupid to discern.
I never. Well, hold on. First of all, I never said too stupid, and I've brought up my reasonings with him, and he can decide however he decides. But that doesn't change the fact that we all have to think in our lives like. So not being judgmental is an important thing to teach. Okay, so
I don't believe in not being judgmental, by the way, because I know
me neither.
I'm constantly running into judgments all over the place. But I also very much revel in the idea of, if you want to run your car into the wall, please do. You could be charismatic, agnostic, or a charismatic Gnostic, or if you want to be a charismatic Trinitarian, if you want to speak in tongues, if you want to be Jewish, if you want to be an atheist. Can we be friends? Can we relate to each other? That's what's highest for me, and I try to stay out of the other stuff. You guys can handle all the weird stuff.
Well,
So-
I want some of that too, just to be clear. Some of that, just being friends. So.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, yeah, the just being friends thing is an important thing. But what I was gonna say is, so in cognitive behavioral therapy, right?
Mhm.
You tell people about all these cognitive distortions, things that they shouldn't engage in, right? And one of them is should, right? Like this is something in therapy you tell people all the time, like, okay, stop saying should,
Yeah,
right?
don't should on yourself. Right.
Yeah, right. And but at the same time, you're telling people you shouldn't say should, right?
Well, I
And
believe in cognitive behavior therapy personally, but I've never. So there's that.
well, part of it, Chad. I mean, a lot of AA is actually based in cognitive behavioral therapy, but
The big difference being we would never should on something.
I understand that, but that's because of the context of AA,
Right.
right? So, like, if you tell a healthy person to actually try to get rid of all these cognitive distortions in their mind, if you were to actually get rid of all the cognitive distortions in your mind, you would lose your mind, right? It's something you tell people who are off kilter in a particular way,
Mm-hmm.
right? And this is part of the problem of Parrhesia, which is the video nobody cares about that I made. Like, when I'm talking to Richard individually, I will say different things to him. And when I'm talking to Chad individually, I will say different things to him. And when I'm talking to Freerillian individually, I will say different things to him. And when I'm talking to the three of you together, I will say things in a different way. But then there's not only 9 people also watching right now. There's 100 people who are going to watch afterwards.
Yeah.
So who am I talking to, and what am I saying?
So how do you solve that problem? I know
You
how
don't.
I try and solve that problem.
How'd you solve that problem?
Well, I try to, as best as I can, I try to stick to my own experience, and I try to stick to particular sets of spiritual principles that help me to stay inside the lines of what is appropriate. So I try as often as I can to not give advice unless I'm asked. I'll share my opinions if I think that they're going to be appropriate, to be honest, truthful, and useful. And but I see the trouble with that too, because you're saying, well, then who's the arbiter of who's got the right opinion? And
No, it's not just that, Chad. Like, what's useful for me to, like, and when you ask me, and, like, when we're talking one-on-one,
yeah,
right? That's a very different thing than you and I sitting here talking, and Richard, young little impressionable Richard, is sitting there listening to us as well.
and that's the thing. I don't think in that term of young impressionable. It's kind of like the other day when I had my conversation with the pastor. I was explaining to him this experience I had walking into a Catholic church and being struck with awe, and it was this powerful experience that was beyond my my control or my will. And he said, that's really great, and I'm really happy you had that. Then he said, but the Protestants would say we got to be careful that we don't want to get into idolatry. And I said, I understand that. So there he just spoke in a way where he assumed I didn't know that that's a truth in Protestantism. But also he spoke in a way that it was seeming as though that I couldn't discern between the difference between being struck by awe and having an idolatry for beauty. And there's a big difference because, like, being struck by awe, like if you step into the sequoia forest and you are struck by awe, that is not idolatry. That is like being imposed by God's beauty. But so I guess what I'm saying is I just try not to impose as much as I can. I don't want to treat people as if they're stupid and don't have agency. And I also don't want to stand in the way of people's mistakes.
It's again, I don't think you're actually hearing what I'm saying.
Probably not.
Well, I don't know if this is going to help at all, but one thing I'm trying to wrestle with right now, especially with like young children involved, is the balance between, or what does it look like to like lead and guide, and also, you know, let God's will be done, right? Or for lack of a better term, or Chad, some of the stuff you've been sharing in your videos, like not trying to be the actor, but just like playing my part in the play and letting the story play out how it plays out. A lot of what Paul talks about, you know, because a lot of my Christianity is, you know, has been pretty evangelical, which pretty Armenian, like be the actor, like make the change, make the stuff happen.
Be the director, right?
Yeah. And I definitely tend to lean like trying to control things, you know, be like hyper vigilant and you know, just trying to control stuff. And so I want to like swing the other way to like, you know, Hakuna Matata, like whatever's going to happen is going to happen. But there's like a balance there. And so anyway, in some of the talk of like, you know, no shoulds or, you know, let people go where they're going to go. There's also like this deep wisdom that can be attained, or like it's like naturally flows out of you. And so an example I have is my buddy's a barber, and he had this client who's this really old guy, doesn't talk much, kind of like, you know, classic, like just solid, steady old guy. And they were just shooting the breeze, and my buddy was telling him a story, and like how he was like giving his wife a hard time about something or making fun of her about something. And the guy turns in his chair and looks at him and says, "I wouldn't do that." Like totally changed his tone and everything. And it was very impactful on my friend. And he realized, wow, I really shouldn't do that. Like, even though it's like a fun little thing, there was a certain way of treating my wife that wasn't that great.
Yeah.
And so anyway, like, or with my kid, like there's certain things that are off limits. It's like, hey, you do not touch what's in that cabinet because there's freaking Drano down. I don't keep Drano within her reach, but you get the idea.
Yes.
And so like with, I don't know, like if people, it's not so cut and dry. Like if you submit yourself to a denomination or to a church, like it's good for whoever is in your care to say, hey, this is a bad thing and this is a good thing. But obviously, if that person is trying to control things to where they can't even hear your story, Chad, of like, yes, that was probably awe-inspiring, that was beautiful, that's a great story. But immediately it's like this like fear of like, but you got to be careful. Mm-hmm. So anyway, I'm trying to navigate like, what is this healthy place to live in between not pretending that I'm the main character or the director, like playing my part. And also, you know, I don't know, my fear is that as soon as I fully embrace that surrender, that I'll be like responsible for some bad thing happening because I didn't tell this person that, or, you know, do that thing. So I don't know if any of that makes sense, but it's just
right, because it's you can't be like, oh, I'm not going to give advice anytime. It's like the words I used was, I try not to give unsolicited advice. Now that doesn't mean I never do it. It's just something I aim for. So that's what a principle. I try to live by the principle. So a lot of what I say, they're not absolutes and stuff. And to be fair to my pastor, you know, in the spirit of don't help unless you're asked, like, well, I went to him and we had a conversation, and I was assuming that he would try to be helpful. So, but it is something I noticed in his tendency to how he's going to talk. This is how he gives pastoral care. He is an authority there, and I recognize him as that. So yeah, I mean, yeah, you can't just be full kumbaya, let anything goes. But yeah. Well, hey guys, I just want to drop in and have a quick smoke. I'm gonna go and spend time with my wife, but thank you, and I'll be
Alright.
listening to the rest of this later.
Good to see you, Jacob.
Night night.
Leviticus 19. You are muted, Jacob.
I am muted, and I said goodbye to Chad, and he didn't hear me. Leviticus 19:17. Lo tisne et achicha belvavecha, hocheach tochiach et amitecha, velo tisa alav het. You shall not hate your brother in your heart. You shall certainly rebuke your friend, but you shall not bear a sin on his account. I just thought I would pull that up.
Yeah.
It's a difficult subject. It is a very difficult subject. And it's a lot easier when you're talking to people individually than when you're talking to people in large groups. There is an aspect of love in rebuking people. And you have to do it with love. And if you do it with love, so what Hasidism teaches, there's a verse, I believe in Proverbs, Kemayim hapanim el panim, ken lev adam el adam. Like a mirror is to a face, so is the heart of a man towards another. And what Hasidic teaching teaches is that the Devarim yotzim min halev, nichnasim el halev. If you say things truly from your heart, they will also be received into the heart. The heart reflects emotion, right? So if you say things to somebody with love, then hopefully they will also receive it with love. Now, the question becomes, at what point is that love, like actually screaming at someone and being like, your daughter's, God forbid, about to stick her hand into the fire, and you're like, no! Right? And so I had this cousin. He was 37 when he died. He was very overweight, and in the middle of the night, in his sleep, he stopped breathing and died. And my parents used to go visit him. He lived in Vegas. My parents used to go visit him and stay at his apartment. And several times they came back and they were like, yeah, it was scary, like the way he snored at night, and he's gained so much weight, and they didn't know what to say. And then he died. And my mom, to this day, and it's been like 10 years now. More. It's been more than 10 years, definitely. My mom is like, to this day, she's like, well, whatever I said to him, what happened couldn't have been worse, and I said nothing. Right? And so this is what I hate about Team Winsome. And I hate about people, not the people, but like the people who are like, no, like you there's no reason, like the supposed pacifists who are like, no, there's never war, right? There's no reason to ever have war. And it's like, I'm sorry, you're just wrong. And that's why it's in Ecclesiastes, I believe 3, it says, for everything there is a reason. And there is. Like, if you actually believe there's one God, he created everything. He created everything. And it says that quite clearly in Isaiah. I created light and I created darkness. I created good and I created evil. I am the Lord. I created all these things.
Does it say he created evil? Because I really
Yes.
tried to find that verse. I
We'll
could,
find it for you.
yeah, I can only find the one where it says, or it might be a translation thing. Because the one in my head is I bring prosperity and create.
Yeah, that's how they translate it. But the actual word there is evil.
Okay. Because it's funny. Do you remember the name Clay Leibel? Jacob?
Who?
Clay Leibel? He was on Paul's channel a while ago. He was a Bible teacher I had in high school. Who was really impactful on me. He has a PhD in Old Testament history. But that was one of the biggest things I learned from his class was going through Isaiah 40 through 55, and he talked about God creating good and evil. And I could never find it after his class, but I guess that's why, because of the translation.
It's because Christians don't like that verse, and for some reason I'm not finding it. I'll find it for you.
Somewhere in 40 through 55.
It's 45:7. So let me pull up Isaiah.
Oh, I'm actually curious because I bought the Orthodox Study Bible, so I'm gonna see how it translates it.
Actually, here, let's do the interlineal Hebrew. Yotzer or uvore choshech, ose shalom uvore ra, ani havaya ose chol ele. And the word there, ra, is the exact same word ra as in the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
Okay, yeah, you can't really get any more clear than that, can you?
It says uvore ra, create evil.
Yeah, the ESV has it. It says I make well-being and create calamity.
And that is correct.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, that's, in context, that's what it's saying. Dominic, in his normal sense, says God should not have created evil, which is my cue to tell one of my favorite stories, which Richard has heard at least 5 times. So
I like all your stories.
three of the students of the Maggid of Mizrich, who was the student of the Baal Shem Tov, the founder of Hasidism, were walking down the street, and they were the Rebbe Reb Baruch, who was a grandson of the Baal Shem Tov, and he was known for being a stern man, and he was very wealthy, and he was an interesting character. And the Rabbi Levi Yitzchak of Berdichev, who was one of his nicknames is Ohev Israel, the one who loves Israel. And he was known to be an exceedingly kindly person. And he's still very popular, even though he did not actually leave a Hasidic dynasty behind. There aren't any Berdichever Hasidim, but his books are still very, very widely read. His commentary on the Bible. And the third one was the youngest student and the founder of the Hasidic dynasty that I play around in their thing, Chabad. And that was Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi. And they're walking down the street, and it's early in the morning, and there is a farmer who is wearing his phylacteries and his prayer shawl and raking muck while saying his morning prayers. And the Rebbe of Baruch sees this, and he gets very angry. And he says, how dare he defile his prayers and these holy items by shoveling muck? If I were God, I would strike him down where he is. And Rabbi Levi Yitzchak of Berdichev saw this, and he was greatly saddened, and he said, if I were God, I would make him fabulously wealthy so that he would not have to work while he is saying his morning prayers. He would be able to say his morning prayers without having to shovel muck. And the Alter Rebbe, the founder of Chabad, so ultimately he's the punchline, said, if I were God, the world would be exactly how it is. The fact is, God created the world, and it's not like the world should be different than how God created it. Does that mean we understand? No. Theodicy is the most important question, I believe, in the entire Bible. That's where the word Israel comes from, to struggle with God. And if you're a serious believing Christian, and the symbol of your religion is an innocent man being murdered, tortured to death, you should understand that theodicy is central to your religion. At the same time, so is, and except if monotheism is central to your religion, as it should be, then you need to understand both the book of Job, which says, don't be like the friends of Job, who says that if someone is suffering, it's because they should be suffering. and somebody who says, and like recognizes that we don't get it. This is a fallen world, and God created it for his purposes, and he assures us that it is in fact good. In Genesis 1, he says that it is good, but it's a fallen world. And you just have to accept both those things at once.
I overheard a woman in the cafeteria probably 2 days ago. She was talking with some friends about a theology textbook she was reading, and she was expressing her annoyance at the author who she said made an argument for God's presence being in hell only for 2 paragraphs and then proceeded on like nothing had happened. And I sat there eavesdropping for about 15 minutes. And she had interesting questions. Perspectives rather than questions. She said that she couldn't believe that God created hell, and that she interprets Genesis 1, God creates the heavens and the earth as excluding uh, hell or Sheol. Um, and it, but I do admire her for how she ended the conversation, which was she said don't be surprised if in 2 months or 3 months or 5 years from now I have completely different perspectives. And that's what wrestling with God is, I suppose. But is wrestling with those difficult questions. So, yeah.
And look, I'm 45 years old, and my understanding is not what it was when I was 35 or 25 or 15 or 5. And thank God for that. What kind of an idiot would I be?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Amen.
Which is why when you say the cake is baked, I'm like, I laugh at you, you silly man.
I laugh at myself. Well, it's funny. It's like, I've had like three friends now, who like me have back problems, and we joke about being old. And there is it's a strange, because people call me an old soul sometimes. I've had quite a few adults tell me that. And yeah, there is this like romanticism with being old as a young person that is interesting. So, but I will say that one thing that is definitely in the cake is I memorized the story of Jacob wrestling with God when I preached on it a couple of years ago. It's a really nice story to have on my tongue. So. I'm anxious to see what Peterson's new book will be like.
Oh, he announced a new book?
Well, yeah, it's called We Who Wrestle with God.
Oh, right.
That
Yes,
one.
I've heard
Yeah.
of that. Yes.
Yeah.
I have indeed heard of that.
Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine it being too revolutionary or covering any new material, but we'll see.
Yeah, none. I mean, I'm not sure anything that. Like, I'm trying to think. What has Peterson said that's been revolutionary, as opposed to the fact he's willing to say things which are perfectly obvious and have been for thousands of years, and people get mad.
Um, yeah, I mean, people. I think he just did stumble across old interpretations of, at least in the biblical series, stumbled across old interpretations that
Yeah, that's
had
why
gotten lost.
I couldn't watch his Genesis series. Like, I was like, if I want,
Obviously,
if I like, uh, why am I sipping through a straw when I could be like drinking out of the fire hose,
well,
which is the Mikraot Gedolot?
well,
Like,
Jacob, you were a little 16-year-old who had just been watching freaking Ken Ham and Bill Nye the Science Guy have a
this is
debate about
true.
creationism. So you would,
This is very true. Yes,
yeah.
yes.
So it was a lot bigger. It was a lot bigger of a straw than I was sucking on before. So
I'm getting tired, guys. I gotta go to bed.
Good night.
good night.
God bless.
Yeah,
Do that. Buy that thing I told you to buy.
it's on the to-do list. Richard, thanks for hopping on when I said someone else should hop on, and good chatting with you, Jacob.
Thank you for
Talk to you
the
later.
invitation. So
All right, see you guys.
bye now.
Richard, shouldn't you be doing homework or getting some sleep?
That would be good. Yeah. Should I leave you?
No,
Okay,
but I feel bad because I was hoping you would tell me that last semester you got straight A's and there was nothing to worry about.
well,
And that next time I saw your mother, I wouldn't feel like a creep, and she wouldn't like, and your dad wouldn't punch me.
well, I can tell you the story now. So, I mean, what happened was like, uh, I like everything was going well until I hit Aristotle, and I for some reason could not find within myself the motivation to read Aristotle, and I saved it for the night before, and gave up at 4 a.m. because reading Aristotle like that is not, it's not advisable. I'll say it that way.
But
And
that's
then,
only one class.
well, so I did finish Nick Ethics, and then after that, I sort of got discouraged, um, and just started not finishing books. And the sad part, Jacob, is that I didn't finish like 4/5 of the Torah. Um, cause
Okay, Richard,
yeah,
I'm gonna tell you a little secret.
okay.
Most college students read 10% of the assigned reading, if
So I know I have a friend. And he's a very dear friend of mine. I'm going to see a concert with him in 2 weeks, but he didn't read. He finished one book out of the 16 we had,
right,
and he got an A because
right.
he didn't tell, but he proceeded to drop the honors curriculum this semester
Okay,
because
buy yourself some Cliff Notes.
Jacob,
Buy yourself some Cliff Notes.
Jacob,
Get
I,
good grades.
Jacob, it's a very manageable curriculum. I just
Okay,
struggle
so
with.
do it, but whatever it takes, don't get bad grades, you silly man.
Yeah, that's what. Well, I I asked my mom about, because my mom said the same thing, of course, and I asked her 5 times, like at least 5 times. Would you rather me have lied? Because
Um,
I could have gotten A's if I lied.
what do you mean lied? Like, do they
So
ask you, did you finish the book?
yes, that's basically the only. Cause so
Okay, I would have rather you took the book and went, then read the cliff notes and been like, yes, I did read the book.
so like skim it and then read the cliff notes.
Yes.
They tell you, well,
The
skim
important
skim
thing
it.
is to know the content, Richard. And if you
Yeah.
want to actually if you want to be hard on yourself and read the book, then do so. I it's not like I'm telling you not to read the book.
Yeah.
I'm telling you not to fail your courses, you silly man.
I did pass. So.
I'm glad to hear it.
And it was only the honors curriculum I did, cause honestly, 'cause I didn't finish 4 books. Um, I was not. So here's what my mentor told me. He did the calculations,
Mm.
and he said, "Richard, technically speaking, you're supposed to get an F, but because I think you're a good fit for the program, and I want to see you succeed in it, I'm going to give you a C instead." Um, and that was a real shock to me, because I thought, 4 books, maybe a B at the worst, but
Like, what are the
I
grades based on?
the finishing the book or the books is very heavily weighted. Like
So they're waiting. So they're trying to. So this is Biola's idea about Christian formation, is making it really hard for their freshmen to tell the truth in order to break their spirit and make them not be Christians.
well,
Sounds beautiful.
I think I like Sherry's statement a bit more than you.
Yeah, I don't like I love the fact that you are so honest. It's in fact not surprising to me at all. But I agree with Yosef. Biola is a very bad influence on you.
No. I think
Tempting you to lie like that is it. What they should do is they should
Yeah.
have actual tests, and if you don't do the work and you don't know the material, then you should fail.
well.
And if
so,
you do know the
so I think this is accurate. Is like, so my friends, because the way they test you is you sit down for
Mhm.
like a half-hour meeting, and like so 15 minutes of that is like they'll ask you questions about the curriculum, and you're expected to give intelligent responses. Now I mean, like, you can get by with one, but like, for example, I hadn't read Aristotle, and they knew that, but they asked me about it anyway. And I did read a little bit about it. So I talked about virtue as being a mean between two, or between uh a an excess and a diminishment, and the standard Aristotle stuff that you would get through Cliff Notes, right? But I'm pretty sure if they suspect after 2 or 3 semesters that you're just spitting out the CliffNote answers, because they do test you twice per semester.
Mm.
I think if they suspect something, they'll interrogate you a bit more thoroughly, and they're very intelligent professors. So
Look, I am all for oral examinations. I am all for, and I think, Cliff Notes answers will not get you very far, and expecting you into the curriculum, actually having the knowledge and retaining the knowledge, all that sounds beautiful to me. But to yes, Sherry, that's very cute, but Yosef has been very good about this, and I try to be very good about this as well, which is, despite all of the things that Christians have said about Jews for thousands of years, especially Martin Luther, the fact is, Judaism takes a principled stance against putting truth at the top of the hierarchy. We do not believe that truth is at the top of the hierarchy. First of all, only God is at the height of the is at the top of the hierarchy. But when it comes to attributes of God, like truth, and yes, God is the God of truth, that is a nuanced understanding which does not place Jews anywhere close to. Yes, I know she's talking about the character Jacob, Yosef. Yes, Yosef.
fair enough.
I
That
recognize that. Yes, I know, Sherry, but I'm making a point. The fact is that, in fact, and I think we have to be adamant about this, that the Christian understanding of telling the truth is faulty and bad, which is why the CRC had a huge question during World War II. If you were hiding Jews, which members of the CRC were, because they were good people, thank God, and they were asked by the Gestapo where the Jews are, and it was a question which CRC members did not.
Well,
Like-
so Jacob, like,
Yes.
the place you should bring Christians on this, because this
Mhm.
changed my mind, is Exodus 1 and the midwives.
Right. Look, it's not just Exodus 1. It's throughout
And
the Bible.
Rahab
So we don't
and
believe that Jacob the patriarch, Yaakov, like,
yeah.
we don't believe that that's a story of Jacob being a bad person, or God forbid his mother being a bad person.
Really?
Rebecca fooled. That's because Kant was under this. See, Sherry, where's your love for Kant? How come you don't love Kant, Sherry?
She loves she loves
This isn't team winsomeness, you know.
she loves the imbeciles, I'm sure.
That's beautiful, Sleevis.
Yeah.
That's absolutely beautiful. No, I think it's important. It really is. I think it is important to recognize that there's a time for not being 100% honest.
Yeah. I will tell you that my my Christian middle school / elementary school did make me memorize Leviticus 19:11. Do not
Which
do not
is-
steal, do not lie, do not deceive one another. And it's funny that you brought up Leviticus 19:17, because that whole passage is rather lovely. But it's funny that they picked out just 11 out of the series of commandments. So
Yep. I mean, the fact is, Moses was pretty good at this writing stuff.
well, no, that was to your point of Christians valuing truth in the wrong way.
I think ultimately, I mean, I think there's a lot of look. There's a reason why I bother to scream against and screech against Protestantism. I think there's a lot that is wrong in our mutual society, which can be attributed to the faults of Protestantism that needs to be addressed in our mutual society. And frankly, go ahead and convince John Vervaeke that he doesn't need to, because in my book, if John Vervaeke feels it necessary for him to take a hard stance against Martin Luther, like, as a Jew, it's like I would be betraying so many people if Yosef says, I blame the Greeks. Kant just tried to justify it in his own ways. Well, there are also problems with the Greeks. And there's also a problem with me in January 21st having to tell you to go write your freaking dissertation if we get to a year's anniversary from when you should have had your dissertation. I will actually fly to Washington, D.C., and I will actually push you around. I'm not actually going to hit you.
He'll be your baby.
But I will physically threaten you, Yosef.
Wow. No, I'm scared if I ever write a dissertation.
Well, his dissertation is 9 months late.
Look, all I'll say is that it's worrying how similar my work habits are to my 55-year-old, 56-year-old father, 57-year-old father. Yeah.
He's your father.
No, but in terms
I
of
have
what-
news for you.
Yeah.
I have news for you. You are going to be a lot like your father, Richard.
Yeah, and that worries me. In terms of like, if we're asking about whether or not he turned in a dissertation 9 months late, pretty likely. And me,
well,
yeah, pretty likely. If I'm honest with myself.
I'm just thinking of my father's behavior yesterday and how I was like going around saying to everybody, last night we were at my sister's house and he was just being my father. It was like, I said to several people jokingly, I'm not related to this man.
Yep, I had the same thing. Yeah. He has, oh my goodness. Yeah, I have stories and stories. So.
Do you have 2 kids or 3 kids? I think you have 2 kids, right? We're not counting the dissertation.
I brought my dad to I had lunch with Vendong last week, which was supposed to be about the conference.
Did he take you to that Italian place?
No, he took me to a really nice Japanese restaurant. Like,
Ooh.
so nice that the server didn't speak English. Like, that's how good it was. And that's a good indication of good Japanese food in my book. So, yeah, it was great.
So you couldn't convince him not to have it at Chino either?
Oh, well, so to finish that story, my uh I've learned to enjoy my dad's interaction to people, but once we paid the bill, John jokingly said to me, "We'll have to schedule another one since your dad took it over." And we all had a good chuckle, but I'm sure you could see how that could have happened. So
Your dad was an interesting guy. Yeah, I had to kind of explain to Shira. She yeah, she didn't quite understand him as well as she
Yeah.
would have liked.
See, but like he's not a conservative either. Like,
I know.
which is so like it's a really interesting phenomena that you were pointing out earlier. It's like all of these people who should not be conservative are taking that perspective. So I don't know.
And I didn't think I what I had to explain to Shira was your father wasn't making those speeches to Shira. He was making those speeches to you.
Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, it's like being a parent makes you more conservative. for
Well,
sure.
no, I mean I think in a very real sense he was talking to you more than he was to anybody else there. Because like it's obvious your parents love you so much. It's like it's almost a tiny bit unhealthy. You need siblings. Like
Yeah.
Khazi.
Good morning, guys,
Good morning, Khazi.
and any women that are watching. Good morning, ladies.
How was Shabbos?
Sabbath was amazing, but now it's the Sunday depression kicks in. Real
Oh,
life people talking to me about bills and nonsense stuff. So I always get sad when there was a song as a child I knew of called Sabbath is Going Away, and my dad would get like furious if anyone even started humming that song towards the end of Sabbath, just because it really is a magical time. So it's difficult when it goes, but
Did you listen to the Halakhic Man book thing?
I did. As I was making my soup, I was listening to the conversation. So before I get deep into that, Richard, you doing all right? You had a good day?
Yeah, I'm doing well.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear. It was a very enjoyable conversation. To be honest, I was also sort of wondering like what it would turn into, because it's the Halachic Man. It's like some non-Jews reading it, so it was just interesting to me. But I don't think necessarily the goal is to, maybe I'm wrong, the goal of this group is to necessarily finish the Halachic Man, but I think it's to definitely review this work. I think is very interesting. And I think it's also a healthy way you guys to go about it. Sort of take out some concepts, massage it with them, play with them a little. And I think that's really like what you should be aiming at right now. Because if the attitude is like, did you finish till page 30? And then what exactly does he mean in note 4? I think you guys are going to be doing this for like a long time, which is fine. People could be doing it for a
note
long
4, honestly, like I think note 4, like that note 4 of Halachic Man is the reason I read it a second time. And it's like what makes it pertinent to me, because the the rest of it, as far as I'm concerned, is he's just explaining Yiddishkeit. Yeah, Yosef says, Chezi, Reb Joey has a beautiful vort on Motzei Shabbos, and that feeling we all get if you ever catch a Malav and Malka with him.
Which Joey? Not Joey the server
Reb
Joey.
Joey. No.
Oh, Reb Joey.
I think he's the guy who is the psychologist. He's Hasidish, kind of modern Orthodox. Like, all these modern Orthodox people pretending to be Hasidish, you know the type.
Well, didn't the Baal Shem Tov say, like, the Messiah will come when everyone practices my ways? So, like, aren't you happy that everyone slowly but surely is becoming more Hasidic?
Kesheyafutzu ma'anesecha echutza. Joey Rosenfeld. He is definitely Hasidish. So, what happened was in the final letter that the Baal Shem Tov left for his brother-in-law, he mentions that he was able to ascend to a certain chamber in the heavens where he met with Mashiach, and he asked Mashiach, Emasai Me'emat Ka'ati Mar, when will the master come? And Mashiach answered, Kesheyafutzu ma'anetecha chutza, when your wellsprings shall spread to the outer reaches.
So, Richard, if you listen to that, my point was that his wellspring were the teachers of Hasidism, Hasidut, which is a blend of Torah, mysticism with obviously Neoplatonism, sprinkled around inside. And there was a lot of pushback towards that movement from some of the Orthodox community at the time. However, in today's circles, while not everyone considers themselves a Hasid, however, their tunes, their songs, a lot of their general understanding of theology has made their way through the society, and I think it's a good thing. Ultimately speaking, I think it was a blessing that the Baal Shem Tov as a person was a real blessing.
Although there are definitely Lithuanian people who still carry on their Hitnagdut, their opposition to Hasidism.
I'm not one of those people, but I come from a family of people that were more against that school of thought. One of them being, for example, you were reading the Halachic Man, right? So I grew up Brisker. Brisker would be part of this specific familial dynasty. Not that I'm part of that dynasty, just we ascribed to that school of thought. And I definitely, probably till like I was, 26, something like that. That was probably more my school of thought, and that comes along with some more.
Whoop.
He's getting a call, and when he gets a call, we lose him.
So, that blending. I don't really know what language to use forgive me, but that blending in of mysticism and Neoplatonism he was talking about. When did that take place? Was that with the
Hasidic movement?
It was with the Hasidic movement.
Yes, he's talking about he was trying to explain what happened with the advent of Hasidism almost 300 years ago, or around 300 years ago.
Yeah.
And so Hasidic Judaism has been incredibly influential, and it continues to be increasingly influential. And Chezi's back. Chezi, how old were you when you got married?
You guys, I'm sorry. 23.
23. No wonder you weren't holding by the Erev while your wife was. You putz. You were still a misnagid.
Well, my brother called me out on that, right? So
good.
he called me out.
What is that?
but I'll just explain to you, Richard.
I'll explain. Okay, go ahead.
Sure. Go ahead, Jacob.
So it on the Sabbath, actually the New Testament discusses this. There is a limitation to where you can carry in the Sabbath, because okay, we're not going to get into Eruvin, but
how about you can keep it? You can keep it. There's on Sabbath because in general it's supposed to be a non-work, non-secular, non-creation day.
Right.
Even your whole geographical location is limited. So the attitude is don't go out of town. I mean, you could go out of town to visit guests like before the Sabbath, but the idea is not to be walking into the wilderness or walking into the woods. Just stay local, be community, be family. Go ahead, Jacob.
Right. And so there is such a thing as an Eruv, which tries to extend the places where you can carry things.
Mhm.
And so how much you rely on what kind of Eruv is a matter of stricture. So, for example, I tried to be very, very strict when I was more observant, and not actually use any Eruv, right? And a lot of people do try to do that, and they try to be very strict. But, when life gets in the way, sometimes, okay, I'm going to rely on this, I'm going to rely on that, and some people rely on them a lot more, and they need to, and they're less strict, and that's fine. But what you sometimes get is men who are putzes who they have a different standard than their wife. And like, oh, I'm going to be strict and my wife isn't, right? And so Chezi was being a putz, and his that's the man your family saved.
Well, I'm giving you the credit, please.
Yeah, that is a very honorable. Yeah, you come from Yichus, we would say in Judaism. You come from a family of people who have done great things. And so his brother called him out on it, that he was letting his wife carry something.
No, you're misunderstanding the story now. Good.
Go ahead.
I can explain.
Okay.
So just a little context. So if you want to take on this sort of light, like this I was mentioning this brisker from this rabbi named Rav Soloveitchik. If you want to take on this sort of lifestyle, it comes with more stringent rules on certain things. When the Sabbath actually comes out, how you're calculating certain times, and how you calculate certain even geographical locations. So I was under the impression that that we do not hold by the local one in Jerusalem, and that's why we don't carry things on the Sabbath. And growing up, and you have to also realize when you're in the study hall, it's like a beautiful, amazing place. When there's no responsibility, you're just learning scripture all day. So you're in this little cave where like it just seems all perfect. And then there's reality outside. So, but going out, I was with my wife, and it was a boiling hot Sabbath, and we were like, I think we were like with one of the carriages, or we were holding something, but I wasn't holding anything. And my wife is holding something, and my brother, who's a rabbi, who is I see him as my rabbi, and definitely a good friend, best friend of mine. He sees me and he starts giving me this look, and I'm like, what do you want me to do? Like, you know the law just like I know the law. Like, this is a reality. So he mentioned to me, Jacob, you're not going to like this. He said, yes, that is the reality you take on by choice. You are also aware of the other interpretations there exists for this. And in this scenario is where you would use that flexibility to allow your wife or to allow yourself to do XYZ due to the scenario. Now Jacob is nodding his head, being like, heresy, nonsense.
No, I'm saying why are you even thinking I might disagree with any of this?
Oh, okay. So I think it's such a powerful tool because it allows people forget sometimes the flexibility they have. Now, this might be different in Christian denominations, but like I would say, it would be nice if a Calvinist could also think like someone. If someone is stuck, why can't they borrow from, let's say, Orthodoxy theology or from the Jesuits just to align themselves properly? Now, again, that system is maybe a little different because in Judaism, the attitude is you're allowed to do that. You're allowed to mix and match to a certain extent. There are certain cocktails you could do. You can't do those cocktails. Like, you can't seek out to, let's say, find the rabbi that's going to be the most lenient, because that would be like, that's not coming from the proper place. However, you can have a rabbi for dietary restrictions and you can't have a rabbi for another thing. So the system allows for some of that. So that was an awakening sort of for me to realize that I should stop being, like Jacob Singh, is a putz.
So this is one of my favorite chidushim of the Rebbe. It's a Rashi Sicha. And so the Rebbe says, why is it that, and he goes through and it's a beautiful Sicha. You should learn the Sicha, Chazi. He asks about Jacob marrying two sisters. And he asks why Rashi doesn't comment on the fact that Jacob married two sisters. Now, there's a lot of commentaries, and the Rebbe goes through all the various commentaries, and he says, but all of these commentaries, Rashi should explain one of these reasons. Why does Rashi not explain at all why Yaakov married two sisters? And he gives the most beautiful answer. And you have to read the Sicha and like hear the question to like see how beautiful the answer is. But I'll spoil the answer. I can't. You're on.
I said, Richard, are you writing all this down? Because you're gonna have to listen to this lecture.
Go ahead. I got it.
So the Rebbe says that the answer he gives is because Rashi was who he was, and he was such an Ohev Yisrael. He was filled with love so much that for him it was not even a question why Yaakov would marry the two sisters, because everybody agrees that before the giving of the Torah, which was the time of Yaakov, that Yaakov kept the Torah as a chumrah. And since, yes, he did keep the Torah, you koifer be'ikr. You koifer.
I don't even want to know what that means. Oh my goodness.
Koifer means heretic. You're muted, Chazi.
What Jacob is saying over here.
Well,
Which
let him finish. Will you finish?
Sorry. Please,
Okay.
Jacob, go ahead.
So, and since he had made a promise to Rachel, of course he could not possibly, like, it doesn't matter. For this, it was chutz la'aretz, it was for that reason, It wasn't a question. He could not marry her because he was keeping a chumrah, because he was being strict on himself.
Did he make a promise to Rachel?
Yes.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Yeah, Leah he married by mistake.
Yeah. Right.
Rachel he promised he was gonna marry.
Oh, right. Oh, I see. Because he thought he was marrying Rachel, and then it got switched. Got it.
Go on,
now
Jacob.
Go ahead, Chazi, slug it up.
Okay, so first off, just on the Jacob and Rachel thing, you just popped up something interesting that I'm sure you know this, Jacob, but when Jacob gets messed over the first time with his wife, the conversation is, I mean, what Laban tells him is, from where we come from, you marry the eldest first, right? Now you should realize that's a dig towards what Jacob did with Esau. Right, Laban's saying, like, I know about like the nonsense you pulled off about like this whole blood thing, like the younger guy. He's like, that's not gonna fly over here. So that was just like a little personal dig that he gave to him, just a little tidbit. But what Jacob was mentioning over here right now was that Jacob, the patriarch, allegedly was aware of all the Torah. So obviously, if he was aware of all the Torah, he could have said, hey, don't go down to Egypt. It doesn't end well. Or all the other warnings he could have given anyone. So what I think Jacob means is that
I'm glad you're such a modernist that, like Martin Luther, you read the Torah that literally. Nuts!
I'm gonna say it was so awkward for Moses to run around a Pharaoh's temple with phylacteries on. He's like, oh, I just gotta run and go to pray. I hope you're okay with this, Moses. Moses was also very Jewish sounding. You know what I mean? He was like asking for the. Anyways, I do think you could say that the forefathers were aware of many deep truths about reality, which, if the Torah is trying to orient us that way, maybe some of those things they were aware of as well. There's an interesting take of Plato meeting Jeremiah when he was in Egypt, right, where he picks up all his stuff from. So who knows how far back these things go? But no, I'm very much not in the belief that the patriarchs kept all the Torah the way we know it. I definitely make sure my kids don't read children books where you don't see the face of the patriarchs, or they all look like they are European Jews, or that they all are having a skull cap on their head and wrapped in a prayer shawl, because none of those things were happening.
Yeah, and that could
Because
Which I
you're
think is
so
beautiful.
modernist. He's so funny.
really, I feel like you're the more modernist one. I
I'm
don't know.
modern?
Yeah, because like, oh well, I don't know. Like, because I feel myself siding with Hetty, but because if I may, I feel a certain fundamentalism to the conviction that the patriarchs held all of the Torah. Like why do you think that they held the whole?
Because that is the tradition that they
That is the tradition. Yes, the tradition is there.
Okay.
And this is going to be a very brave space conversation. Okay, like we have moved past the need to have that. Now, by the way, I take that back. I don't know yet how to do that safely, and it's an experiment with my children.
Yeah.
However, I don't think it's necessary anymore to have them. As they get older, they're going to read at the burning bush that God tells Moses to the patriarchs, I didn't show up in this name, I showed up in that name. But if they knew all about it, they would have known exactly what name. The point is,
see, this is the problem.
Yes,
you come from a place where you are such a fundamentalist that you interpret Judaism in its most fundamental, ridiculous way, and then you reject it.
Jacob, didn't you just say that he kept all the Torah?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm responding to your line. I'm not reading the Bible.
No, you are reading my line in a way that somebody who actually studies Torah should never do.
However, I hear what you're saying right now. Let me rephrase. I don't think it is healthy to be giving interpretations why Jacob didn't marry his older sister because he wouldn't have married like two wives. Like it is, there's no point to go down that path because there's other truths that you could find over there. And
Except the Rebbe's Rashi Sikha is one of the most beautiful pieces of Torah in the world, and it
could be beautiful.
knocks your socks off. And if you had studied that Rashi Sikha, you wouldn't have been such a putz towards your wife.
that is where the real when God tells Moses to take off his shoes, that's like the first knock your socks off. See, you know what I mean? Like that's where he just can't handle it, and that's hope. That's Jacob. You just taught us beautiful Torah. By the way, Jacob. Side point. I saw the live stream you had with Cassidy and Ginger
Bill.
and Ginger Bill and Paul and Luke for a moment. So I think I'm gonna do. Also, I was interested to hear about Paul and his Patreon. I wanted to discuss that a little, and I also wanted to just discuss in general. I just think like
You know what I
just payment
suggested
in
to him?
general.
What I suggested to Paul
What?
was
To get a life. No, yeah. What you suggest there?
I suggested that he should print a second edition of his father's book with a forward that actually, like a nice, good forward.
Yeah.
And I think that people would buy it and buy it as gifts for things, and that's the best merch that he could
Yeah,
merchandise.
I'd buy that in a heartbeat. Like, I
really think that's the only merch you can sell.
Yeah.
I don't
And
want like
look,
I don't want like a hoodie from PVK.
yeah.
That's cringe job.
I think that would be the best merch for him to write a foreword to his father's book and print a second edition. Which reminds me, Chazi, I hate to do this, but the Yanuka book, if you
Oh, the
can find
Yanuka.
me-
Yeah.
please, I actually went and listened to, John asked you about the Yanuka's speech on Kedushat Haaretz, and I went and listened to it. Oh my God. That
Were your socks
man.
blown off?
Not just mine. He gives a gematria, like towards the end. He's like, he says, I prayed and I got a chiddush, and this is the chiddush, and I'm going to share it with you guys. And he gives over the chiddush.
Yeah.
The audience started clapping. Have you ever heard of like somebody giving over a chiddush and audience starts clapping?
So first of all, this is something that I was mentioning sort of to, there's a difference obviously, but I was mentioning to Sherry about the Jordan Peterson conversation, why it was like weird to me to see like people start clapping at like rabbis clapping at the end of his speech basically.
Yeah.
And yes, it is true that it's been a very long time, and you have it here and there. Like I'm sure people walked out of Rabbi Soloveitchik's speech like in complete awe. I don't know if there was like clapping. I remember talking to my grandfather. I said I don't think there was clapping. However, I was talking to my grandfather who was a little younger but fairly a contemporary of his, and I asked him like, what was it like when Rabbi Soloveitchik like hit the scene? And he was like, it was just something you've never seen before. He's like, I was looking at these texts and I couldn't even contain myself. Like what? This was like, the first time someone had ever gone into like, the halls of academia and like really, so it was really amazing. So I don't know if it was clapping, but people were impressed. So back to the Yanuka. Yes, it doesn't happen often that people are taken back by what someone is saying. And that's why it's also beautiful to see something like that resonate with people.
Which is why I need his books, because if these are his speeches,
so send send me a link again, or like on the Discord, just to remind me, and then I'll look for it
Okay.
this week.
Well, yeah, I
Huh?
couldn't. I mean, if I could find it, I tried going on his website. I even sent an email to try to
I have
buy it.
no problem, Jacob.
Okay.
Really. But yeah, I think I'm gonna do a little conversation about just money in general, money in business, money. Like I was just thinking about Paul, and like people were talking about like if it's like why ask for money, what to do with it. I struggle with this with my own business. Just
Well,
sort of,
hold on. So a certain person I'm not going to name who's taking over the foundation has been trying to speak to you, and apparently
he's talking to me tomorrow.
Okay. So if you need to talk to anybody about money, you should be talking to him.
It was more the conceptual idea of money, a pastor taking money, what would he be doing with it? But yeah, it's less about like, Bitcoins.
Okay.
Okay. On that note, I'm sorry, I do have to go to work. But
Yes.
Richard, Jacob, take care.
Yes, you too. Good to see you. Alright, I think I might hop off as well.
Good. Go do your reading. If you get a C in your honors classes next semester, I'm not letting you on my channel for a whole year.
Sounds good. Sounds like a plan.
Okay.
Alright. See you, Jacob.
Go. Bye. Good night, Sherry. I don't personally have a good hummus recipe, but like it's just like it's just chickpeas and tahina. So I think even my mom doesn't make her own tahina. Nobody makes their own tahina. Like tahina is hard to make. You have to like grind sesame seeds and stuff. So like yeah. So buy tahina, buy some canned chickpeas and process them together, and like there's no cooking involved. Canned chickpeas. I mean, if you're gonna make your own chickpeas, like just buy canned chickpeas. And yeah. Come on, how hard is it to make hummus? It's all it is chickpeas with tahina. And my mom puts a lot of garlic in it. I love garlic hummus. So, but in Iran, we never had hummus in Iran. Hummus is an Arab food, actually. But yeah, hummus recipe. Let me see hummus recipe. Let's see what they say. Chickpeas, tahini paste. Yeah, you have to buy the paste. You're not gonna make homemade tahini. I mean, I guess you could, but like, oof. It lasts up to a month. So they have lemon juice in there. Seems okay, good, fine. Fresh garlic. My mom puts a lot of garlic in it. I love garlic. So they roast the garlic. That sounds good to me. Ground cumin and salt. Olive oil, yeah. Makes the texture of the hummus luxurious. Yeah, and you just... I mean, were you actually thinking of... Oh, and yeah, cold water to to yeah, I think actually the secret to good hummus is adding the right amount of water. Because if you don't, it becomes it and I guess enough maybe oil. Bad hummus, yeah, bad hummus is very chunky. Easy hummus recipe, authentic and homemade. So what's their recipe? Chickpeas, canned or dried. If you're wondering how to make hummus from scratch, the best extra creamy authentic stuff, you want to cook your own chickpeas from scratch. You'll give them a good soak overnight and boil in water until well done. More on this later. Okay. Garlic. Start with 1 clove and make sure it is finely minced. To tame its pungency, allow minced garlic to sit in a little bit of lemon juice for a few minutes. Okay. Tahini. See, they're also using. I guess you could make tahini paste yourself. So no, they're actually also telling you to buy tahini. Like, yeah, like I'm not. Like the idea of trying to make your own tahini, like finding sesame seeds, and I think you have to toast them yourself and grind them. That's gonna be difficult. Lemon juice, kosher salt, extra virgin olive oil, garnish. Yeah, I mean, is that what you were asking? Like you were wondering about tahini sauce? I didn't realize there was lemon juice in it, but it makes sense. Cook chickpeas, tahini. Yeah, they don't even have a recipe either. Yeah, it's the same thing. And like how much of what you put in also, like, it really depends on your ingredients. It really does. And how you like it. Ooh, pesto in tahini. That actually, like, in hummus. Pesto hummus sounds good. Beet hummus? I had never seen that. Let's see. Homemade tahini recipe. Uh, it's just sesame seeds. Apparently you can toast them or not with oil and salt. Mm. I had it in a restaurant and it was 10 times better than the stuff I bought in the store. Well, it depends what you liked about it. I mean, the fact is, like, you can switch. Like, all it is garbanzo beans, oil, and tahini. And, like, you can, like, change the stuff as you like. Like, I really love garlic. That's why my mom puts a ton of garlic in her hummus. And, like, her hummus is very, very garlicky. And some people don't like that, but I do. So she makes it that way, and, like, some people would be like, oh, this is bad hummus. Like, so, don't know what to tell you. I should be packing up my office. Okay, I spent 5 minutes packing up my office. Obviously, that's enough time. Who wants to come on and talk to me? Hey, Charlie. Barely anybody ever goes on Twitch. On my Twitch. I just keep on streaming there because a few people that I met from there are still like active and stuff, so might as well. There's no reason not to. Okay, I think I'm gonna go home. Unless somebody wants to join, but I think I'm gonna go home and go to sleep. Good night, people.